Live and in color from Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport in Texas. It's a Christmas week edition of Runway DFW, the new YouTube channel dedicated to bringing you live action from one of the world's busiest airports. My name is Walt Swerko, but that's not important right now. What is important is let me start zooming in on the activity from our broadcast perch here at DFW Founders Plaza. And happy holidays to all of y'all from Texas. We're glad to bring you another edition of Runway DFW. I didn't mean to do that. Sorry, you saw that already. What I want to do is turn that off and get to some airplane activity here. Let's see what's coming in. Nothing. Well, we're doing a midday. I don't think we've done it. Yeah, I think we did one midday show once. But anyway, let's move our camera around over yonder. We're at DFW Founders Plaza, as I said. We are just to the north of the UPS cargo facility. And there you can see, just past the statues that are adorning this viewing area here of children kind of scampering around. We see on the right, there's a, can you see that in the shot? No, maybe not. To the right, there's an MD-11, which is getting loaded up. And to the left, looks like a 767 UPS cargo plane. We saw a couple come in and out just as we were setting up. We saw a DC-10, I'm sorry, an MD-11 leave. There's another MD-11 that's out of the picture that is also being loaded up. So I don't know what we're about to see here, but we'll figure it out as we go along. The conditions here, it's a beautiful kind of day here at DFW. Let's see what's going on here. But as you can see, while it's very sunny and quite mild for a mid or late December day, winter now actually, because yesterday was the first day of winter, the conditions here, the sky is without a cloud, but it's very hazy here at DFW today. And as we can see, I'm going to kind of focus in on the Terminal D, which is the international terminal, which is yonder. And we are just about a mile and a half from there, from our broadcast perch. And it's hard to make out the planes even because it's just so hazy. I don't know where the haze is coming from. I don't know if there's smoke in the atmosphere from another part of the world or what, but it's definitely a hazy afternoon here at the big airport. We do have a, speaking of United Parcel Service, or UPS I should say, we do have an A300? Yeah, an A300 coming in from Oakland, California, which we shall endeavor to provide you a picture of as we look to the north here, where it's coming in from. The flight operations here at DFW are taking place north to south. We've got a more or less south wind, and that means that the operations are coming in from the north to the south. So as I said, this will be a UPS cargo A300 coming in from the left coast. Wish I had a little hood for my viewfinder. It's very glary out here today. And that big jet's just going to disappear into the haze. Got a fire truck going over to the vicinity of the American Airlines hangars that are over here. Here's that UPS jet turning to come up this way. But again, you can see the haze. It's not too far away from us, but it's fairly indistinct. As I said, that jet is visiting us from Oakland, California, no doubt with its belly laden with Christmas gifts that trucks are waiting to dispatch to homes all over North Texas and maybe even southern Oklahoma. Listen. Got a shout out from Lewis. Hey there, and hey there back to you, Lewis. Thanks for checking in with us today at Runway DFW. We're glad you're here, as we are with Matt. I hope if you have not yet subscribed to our channel, you will, and you will like this broadcast. That way, YouTube will bring us more of this good stuff. Or will let us, they'll let us do more of this stuff, I should say. There goes that fire truck back the other way. And over to this fire truck, it's now operating at full speed, going past us over towards the terminal area. It's taking the arrival of this American Eagle jet coming in from Brownsville in Texas. It's at Embraer 175. One nice thing about this position is that we do get a nice, good close-up look at these cargo planes that are coming in and out. That's the one from Brownsville that we saw a little bit earlier. I was trying to count how many planes there are parked at the UPS facility. I don't know if I've seen this many before. This one is coming in, and there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 that I can see, some of which are I just see the tails of over to the right of us. It looks like it's headed over to the back lot here. There's that other MD-11. Looking to see if I see any emergency vehicles other than the one that we saw, and I don't see any. We do have, coming in on arrival now, our first Dreamliner of the afternoon. Coming in from LAX. This, is that right? Oh no, I'm sorry, I read that wrong. It's a 767. That's coming in from LAX. It's another UPS plane. They're going to have themselves a parking lot problem here. Thrusters as they reverse. And now this aircraft's going to make its way over adjacent to us. The other day when I was here, there was a 747 UPS jet that came in, and it didn't have a place to park. Another UPS aircraft had to get tugged out so that it could then make its way, so then there'd be a space for the 747. Meanwhile, back on runway 18 left, and I'm not finding this one on my flight radar. It's an American Airlines jet, which is what we will see the most of here, because between American and American Eagle, they operate about 90% of the passenger traffic from this vast facility. Sorry, I didn't mean to lose that guy. I was just checking on my radar display to see if that one shows up. Oh, okay, there it goes. It's an A321 on its way to Sacramento, American Flight 711. Sounds like it should be a flight number to Las Vegas. What you hear in the background is that 767, that UPS aircraft which is approaching us. And we'll flip back to the American plane, which is now rolling down the runway. Slowly at first. California bound. Back to cargo. Where's this one going to park? Lewis, we appreciate your comment. He says, loving the view, and we like the view here too. And from Matt, amazing coverage of DFW. Well, that's just making you blush. Thank you. Now we've got a coming in the mail tomorrow. At least it's supposed to be coming in the mail tomorrow. We have something which may make our coverage even better, and that is, well, just hang around. Let me just say that we're operating with a camera which won't zoom to its full capacity, even though it's a brand new camera. So we may be doing something a little different. Well, if you've ever wanted to see a plane take off from DFW Airport to Des Moines, Iowa, you are about to do that. Because this is an American Flight 560, an A319, which is revving up. Headed to Iowa, home of corn. I guess. Soybeans, perhaps? We've got some activity over here. This is a non-American Airlines aircraft. Alaska. But is it going to Alaska? No, this Embraer 175 is headed to Phoenix. And it is first in line, so it's going to get going. nice things about this viewing angle. We can see planes landing and taking off at the same time. That's American Eagle Flight 43. I can't read it in the sun. Coming in from Birmingham. And this poor UPS plane is still waiting for the go-ahead to move into an available space. So just kind of twiddling its thumbs. I don't know, that's some old airline expression, I think. Here comes that fire truck which we saw earlier. Here it is. It's returning to base. We do have a UPS aircraft that's parked over here that's just lit up on the radar, which is going to be headed to Windsor Locks, which I believe is in Connecticut. I don't know that I've ever seen that as a destination from here in my few months of plane spotting from this location. Seeing if there's anything coming in from out and about. I don't see it right now. So we're in kind of a holding pattern, just like that plane is. Oh, well, here we go. Here's that aircraft coming out, headed to Windsor Locks. And that should free up the space for that incoming flight. We know that Christmas week is certainly a week for holiday travel for people, but I guess you don't really give a second thought much to the holiday travel for cargo, and there is a lot of it coming and going. I guess mostly coming. Well, people are sending stuff to loved ones. It has to go out too, right? Meanwhile, I've got a couple planes lining up on 18 left to begin their journeys. Let's see what we got here. Got the first in line. That's an A319 American flight 2596, which is headed to, is it Jacksonville or Jackson? I think it's Jackson. Yeah. Now this UPS jet, which is bound for Connecticut, a lot of times the planes that are headed east of DFW will cross over to the east side runways and take off from there. And then they will continue their journey from that side, and that just keeps the traffic patterns kind of neater for the tower controllers. And it looks like that's, well, I can't tell. No, I think, yeah, it looks like that's headed over, because it would be, it's to the left of where it would need to be to take off. You can see it passing the other American planes that are getting ready to depart. Here's the first in line, headed to Jackson. First of several. Right here on Runway DFW. Matt says he's intrigued. He can't wait to see what we've planned. Well, it has to do with bringing you better pictures, let's say. So it might not be a dramatic improvement, but I think it'll be better. We started Runway DFW with some pretty basic equipment. We're kind of upgrading as we go along. And as we get more and more viewers and subscribers and likers, YouTube will recognize us. They'll share their ad money with us, and we'll be able to grow and get even bigger. So the biggest thing you can do for us right now is to like Runway DFW and subscribe to our channel. So do that, would you? Thank you. Okay, we've got a 737-800 next in line for Los Cabos, Mexico. And that is one of the top international destinations from DFW. So those lucky passengers are getting to have a little sun and fun for their Christmas holiday. Adios. And what you saw pass in front of that aircraft was an American 777, which is coming out of the hangar area here on the west side, having been, I'm sure, cleaned and refreshed for its next destination. And you can see with this wide shot, you can see just how far away everything is from where we are. But this little guy, this A320, is on its way to Reno. It's American flight 2448. Thank you, Matt, for liking and subscribing our stream, to our stream, and we would like to thank Lewis as well. We appreciate your watching Runway DFW. As you were watching this flight take off for Reno, you might have seen another plane in the background taking off. That was from the west side runways. And also, if we look there, is that what I think it is? I can't honestly tell. It's our plane. All right, we're going to pan quickly over to an arriving flight from I couldn't glance over at my radar screen before I started zooming in, so I'll let you know after this lands. It's American 1324. That's coming in from Los Cabos. So we've got them coming and going. All right, we've got a lot of activity going now. Now for your consideration, it's American Flight 665 to Montrose. I'll be honest with you. I don't know where that is. Is that in California? I'll have to look that up. Sorry, Montrosians. Unfamiliar. But must be people who want to go there. Montrose. That's a 737-800 coming in from Burbank. I know where that is. If we're here long enough this afternoon, we should see Lufthansa's A340 4-engine wide-body jet, but not a super jumbo. You don't see too many of those. We saw that a couple times over the weekend, and maybe we'll be lucky enough and it'll take off from this side of the airport. But usually, headed European-bound planes take off from the other side. What you're looking at there is an A321 American flight 1992, which is headed to Seattle. And if you're not watching live, this is Runway DFW on Wednesday, the 22th of December. Is it ever going to take off? No. That's used up more runway than any plane we've seen this afternoon. Here's an A321 American plane, which is jetting off to Tulsa. in neighboring Oklahoma. We're about to have our first Dreamliner of the afternoon. Let's see how long this one takes to get off the ground. Not as noisy as that last one. Okay, here we go with okay, now I don't know if flight radar is fooling around with me or what. It's flight 1924, 737-800. And it's going to Hayden, Hayden. Again, I have no idea. What is Hayden? All right, well, it's Dreamliner time. And we say aloha to these passengers who are bound for Kahului. Flight 119. Wow, we've got a lot of planes ready to take off. Enough. Certainly can't tell them apart without a scorecard, that's for sure. Don't know where that one was going. That's going to Midland. Midland here in Texas. Midland, I say. This appears to be an A321, which is poised to blast off for San Antonio. Texas. And yes, there are a lot of American Airlines planes here. There are 5 terminals here at DFW. American has exclusive gates at 3 of them, which is to say they operate all the gates at 3 of the 5 terminals. And they have gates in the other 2 terminals too. We've got another big guy, another island-bound plane, another Dreamliner, and this one's going to Honolulu. As we see coming in over it, that flight from Monterrey, Mexico. But this one's about to make the long trip across the Pacific. To the Isle of Luaus and Lays. Aloha to you all. And the action never stops. Well, it does stop sometimes, but right now it doesn't. And this is one of those Flight Radar 24 anomalies. It's got a question mark next to its destination. It's an A321, we know that. That's about all we can tell. Where would you like it to go? We were talking about the international passengers, or the international destinations. In the last pre-pandemic year, 2019, the top international destination from Dallas-Fort Worth was Cancun. What do you think was number 2? It was London. Got some double barrel action there. It's coming in from Sacramento, flight 1233. All right. I'm squinting my eyes trying to see what's next. There's so many. Everybody wants to go all at the same time. It's like this chap will rule the runway for the time being. As I try to follow along and figure out where he's going. I don't know. Airplanes, I guess airplanes are referred to as she's, aren't they? Action doesn't stop. And did I say the action doesn't stop? Somebody said it. Next up, it's an A321 going to Phoenix. Didn't we have one going to Phoenix already? I think we did. As we wait for that to take off, we've got a American flight coming in from Ontario, California, where we've already seen at least one UPS plane coming in from. Embraer 145 was on its way to Abilene, Texas. Well, I can't. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There's just a whole hassle of planes here. They all want to go somewhere. That aircraft, that one you just saw, that A321 is coming in from San Francisco. Now back to 18 left, where the takeoffs happen. pause in the action as this aircraft transits runways 18 left and right to go over to the hangar area. Got a business jet coming in here. Right, the runway where the landings take place, generally speaking. And here's a view of the traffic jam here at 18 left. I was going to Fort Lauderdale, and I may have to back announce these aircraft as they take off because there's just a jumble on the radar screen right now because there's so many. But certainly, at least for holiday travelers coming into and out of DFW, weather is not a factor. Barely waiting for one plane to take off for the next one to take off. And this is just the kind of action you'll see some of the time on Runway DFW. I literally can't take my eyes away from the viewfinder to try to figure out what's coming and going here. So I'm just taking pictures of it, so I hope you appreciate it here on Runway DFW. Hear the sound of a nearby jet plane. That's one UPS cargo plane landing. Coming in from Phoenix, I believe. No, Portland, sorry. That's 757, and there's another American plane coming out of the hangar, and there's another UPS plane coming out of its pod, and don't have a location on that one yet. We're going to have two UPS planes kind of coming head to head. Thanks for tuning into this non-stop Wednesday afternoon Christmas week action here on Runway DFW. We've got planes coming and going and going and coming and taxiing. I'm going to take a little break here to make some adjustments. Sorry about that. We're going to shift our focus over here back to the flight line, where we will have a non-American Airlines plane going out, a Viva Aerobus. Getting a little less cluttered up there. Just to give you a time check for those of you who are not watching live or who may be in a different time zone. It's 1:06 in the afternoon here on Wednesday, December 22nd at DFW International Airport on Runway DFW. Well, what do you think? I'm loving all this action. I just don't have time to even turn my head to my little radar screen here to tell you what's coming in. There's that Viva Aerobus, which will be headed, it's an A320 headed to Mexico City when it gets its turn. I think it's got a little American Eagle flight in front of it, E-145. That one is going to Harlingen, South Texas. But in the meanwhile, an A319 American flight coming in from Eagle. I'm going to say that's Eagle, Texas, right? Sorry, I had no idea they got an airport there. We've got this, if I can find it here, there it is. Another UPS cargo plane coming over this way. That 757 was from Colombia. And I guess we're having a pause in the action here because we're going to have planes just crossing over both ways on runways 18 left and right. double barrel takeoff and landing action here. Time for Viva Aerobus to shine as it will depart this colorful aircraft for Mexico City. Thanks for tuning in to us at Runway DFW. Got another comment from Lewis, which we'll get to in a second. This is a one-person production, so pushing all the buttons and moving the camera around, looking at radar screens. We do the best we can. Our main purpose is to get you some good pictures. And if we can yak about stuff, that's good too. Adios to Viva Aerobus. Hello to another American Eagle arrival. From Gunnison, Colorado. Here's this UPS 757 now pulling in. What's this? Focus. Something interesting that just left. I don't know what it was. Oh, is that another UPS flight? I guess so. I was leaving from the east side. I couldn't tell what it was. I thought it was a 747 for a minute. This is not a 747. It's almost calmed down now. It's almost like a golf course. Lewis, thank you for that comment about the stream. We try to make it as amazing as we can. We put in our amazosity filter right just before the broadcast. Here comes American Flight 1667 from the Great Northwest in Seattle. We have other plane spotters here. Capture the action. Still got some aircraft that are ready to go. This 737-800 flight 1761. It's on its way to Guadalajara, south of the border. Emergency vehicles. As we've noted previously, there are DFW Airport is kind of like a city, and there's just shift our focus over here right now because there's two planes coming in simultaneously on the east side because they got 3 runways over there. But we don't get to see them land from our point of view. And the parade of jet planes continues at DFW Airport on Runway DFW. Okay, we'll take a pause here and see what's in store for us. I'll give you something to look at while I consult my references. There's some activity. do have a Cathay Pacific cargo plane, a 747-800, which is supposed to be here in 17 minutes. We'll keep track of that for you. That's coming in from Los Angeles, and so it should be landing here on this side of the runway, which is nice. So again, now 16 minutes from now, it's 1:21 in the afternoon. Let me check our battery. Battery is important for people who do stuff like this. Another comment from Lewis. He says the picture looks great. Well, we're happy to see that. We are hoping, though, that sometime tomorrow we will receive some gear that will let us have an even sharper image. Let's just say that. You are watching Runway DFW, live from DFW Airport, here in Texas, where we bring you airport action, like this. Okay, we are awaiting that Cathay Pacific cargo aircraft. The Queen of the Skies, the first one we will have seen today. And again, we don't get any 747 passenger traffic into DFW anymore. I don't know that we will be getting any, but Korean Air does fly into here, and they do have 747s but in their fleet, but they don't fly them to DFW currently. We don't get any A380 Super Jumbos either, but that will be changing in March when British Airways will bring its big guys over here from London. And we hope to be here for that for you, with your support of our channel. From Corpus Christi, an Embraer 145. Now approaching the runway, American Eagle flight. Looks like, am I seeing this correctly? Is that a JetBlue? No, it's a Sky West, which I believe is operating as a American Eagle flight, headed to Durango. CRJ 701 ER, or as I like to say, lining up on 18 left. American Airlines, I'm assuming it's American Airlines. Maybe not. There's a Dreamliner that just lit up on the radar over here on the west side. Usually that means it's going to be taxiing over from the American Airlines hangar space to a terminal for further dispatch. There it is now. I can see it out of the corner of my eye. It's a Mesa Airlines coming in now. They're also operating as American Eagle. And here comes that Dreamliner, getting ready to cross over. But meanwhile, we'll check in on that. Sorry about that message there. Check in on that SkyWest American Eagle flight. Where did I say that was going to? Durango? I think so. Passing in front of International Terminal D there. Dreamliner kind of got in the way of our shot, but we'll let it do that. American's been operating Dreamliners on a lot of domestic routes during the pandemic. Apparently now their strategy will be to
that was a 787.
shift those out to international routes now that international routes are opening up, or at least the expectation is that they will. In time for the summer schedule. So you won't be able to get to ride on those big guys domestically too much anymore. Well, we've got a little lull in the action. We were talking about international flights and international passengers, and in looking at what the routes by passenger was in 2019. So Cancun was number 1, London number 2, Mexico City number 3. Tokyo number 4, and Cabo San Lucas in the 5th spot. See some plane spotters in the foreground there. That's an American flight from Austin, an A321, flight 1065. Got a caravan of dump trucks here. They're doing some kind of work on the north side of the airport. The north remote parking facility is closed. I'm not exactly sure why, but they're doing some kind of construction over yonder. But that leaves some parking. I used to go to when I would make an occasional flight, I'd usually use that remote parking. Why? Because it's the cheapest. There's looks to be a Delta flight now. That's Frontier. coming in from Newark. That's coming in on the east side, so that's why we can't see it too well. And we won't be able to see it land. We'll watch it dip below the horizon there. Telling you what, we got a lot going on here. We have an American flight, 737-800, flight 2846 on its way to Salt Lake City. As I was saying in a previous broadcast, I've been to Salt Lake City and back from DFW a number of times, and to tell you how long ago that was, I was flying Braniff. Probably on a 727, I'm going to say. Back in the day, Braniff was really, really big here. This was their home base. They flew just about anywhere in the world from here, all across Asia and South America, to Europe. They had a bunch of 747s. They did not endure. There was a resurrection of Braniff there for a couple of years, as I recall, but it never got to the point of where the original one was, and then it just kind of petered out. It failed. This American A321 is about to lift off to the City of Angels. See what's going on over here. This isn't our Cathay Pacific, is it? No. Okay. We're getting another UPS flight in. Because people just can't get enough packages. That 757 is coming in from San Bernardino over in California. And I hear other people talking about it, and so we're going to show it to you now. The Cathay Pacific cargo plane, which will be coming in after this one, coming in from Los Angeles. And as you can see, there are a number of plane spotters here ready to capture the images. Some people are out here picnicking here at the DFW Founders Plaza. So we'll shift our focus over here. I'll look kind of beyond the awning there, and that is the 747 which we're about to appreciate the landing of. We get a pretty good number of cargo 747s in here from a variety of manufacturers, or from a variety of cargo carriers. I've seen UPS have as many as 2 of them in here at the same time. So enjoy this look at the Queen of the Skies. Let's see if we can see it make the big right turn. And that'll be dipping out of our view as it heads to its cargo dock. The last time I saw Cathay Pacific cargo flight arrive here was, I think, last weekend, and it got to the end of the runway and then it just stopped, and it was then surrounded by emergency vehicles for maybe 15 minutes before it proceeded. We're going to deviate here and get this Aero Mexico Express, I think it is, taking off. Plane spotters. Such a nice day out here today. We've got a lot of people who are joining us for some aviation action. And we've got a United plane, a United Express. Usually that's going to San Francisco, but I'll have to double check on that. Some more double barrel runway 18 right and left action. We're still seeing that cafe. It's hard to take your eyes off a 747.
See through, but it may be way up like this, shining.
Gleaming in the afternoon sun. I think it'll be making another left turn here shortly. We welcome you to Runway DFW, your home for live DFW Airport action. My name is Walt, and I'm so happy to be able to bring you this coverage. It's fine. Can't see it really clearly there, but I really do like the Cathay Pacific color scheme. Whatever that color, blue or not sure. But again, you can't see it from this angle with that glare. Okay, we can stop that with the camera panning too fast. Tell me what to do. Spirit. Hard to miss a Spirit departure. Kind of thinking about taking off, I think. Did they put gas in? Wait a minute. What's happening? I don't know if it appears to have aborted its takeoff. Now, whether it was told to go around or whether there was some issue with the aircraft or something the flight crew observed which didn't look right. So I can't tell, or maybe there was something in the way of it on the runway that kept it from departing. Meanwhile, you can hear the roar of the engines of a competitor who's going to be taking off on that same runway 18 left. As that one takes off, an American Eagle flight will land on the runway next door, as you can see. So it looks like this Spirit A320 is now lined up again to take off. This is flight 131, which will be going to Los Angeles. Right here on Runway DFW. I wouldn't kid you about that. We are getting rather low on battery though as we approach our second hour. So we may have to try something a little bit different. I've got a spare computer which has a full battery. I may have to switch over that momentarily. We've got it's non-American time here. We've got a Frontier flight. And we've got this Spirit flight, which is still holding, I guess. I'm looking down the runway. I don't see any vehicles, which would indicate that there might be some inspection going on along the runway. And I'm not seeing the Frontier on my radar. But I can see it with my camera. So now we've got Frontier and Spirit kind of waiting to go. And I guess we'll see which one goes first. Looks like Frontier wins. So there's your stealth Frontier flight, taking off for parts unknown. Okay. Frontier flight's going to Denver. That was an A320. Now this other A320, this here Spirit flight, looks to be still hanging on there. Perhaps the aircraft crew is double checking and triple checking everything that might have kept it from departing in the first place. One of our viewers, Lewis, says, "Can I be a moderator? I'd love to help," and that's so kind of you to ask, Lewis. We don't, at the moment, we don't have enough viewers to really require moderation, but we'll certainly keep you in mind if you hang in with us as one of the charter members of Runway DFW. We'd love to have you continue to be a part of it with us. So thank you for making that offer. It's Wednesday, December 22nd, 2021, Christmas week. Lots of planes coming in and out, lots of people going places, and we're here to bring you some of that action. or inaction, as the case may be, with this Spirit flight. Well, this is probably a good time for us to switch computers right now. Yes. There's a United or United Express flight coming in on the east side of the airport. Because our computer is getting ready to shut itself down, and that means pictures will stop flowing from our remote location here. So what I'm going to do is turn off this stream, and we're going to have to fire up another one because of the way things work, unfortunately. So switch that off, and I'm going to switch that off. And well, let me just continue this while I get the other computer ready. We're down to 16% on this battery, so I'm gonna leave it here and do some work. So hang in there with us. Stand by.
Live, or do you just record to do something later?
No, this is streaming live right now.
Do you have a card with you have a YouTube channel?
It's a Runway DFW.
Okay. I knew about the 747 because I was watching LA flights.
Oh.
And I watched it take off, and I told my wife, I said, honey, got to go to the airport right now.
Well, if you're really interested in that kind of stuff, you should get are you familiar with Flight Radar 24?
Got it right here along with ATC, and so I keep it up all the time I'm out here. Oh, I sit at home on my patio and I'll have a drink, and I'm on the pattern. I live in Keller, and I'll watch the airplanes from the south take the low, lazy turn and come right over my house. I see the coolest stuff, and I also see the stuff going in and out of Alliance, and they come in pretty close.
Yeah. Well, put us on your subscribe list, and we'll try to show you pictures here when you can't be here.
That's amazing. You get that close with that little camera.
Yeah, this is pretty.
My goodness.
That's like a $200 camera.
What does it take to get up and stream?
Just need a connection, really. I mean, this really. Here's my phone, which I'm using
as the uplink.
Is the uplink.
How often do you stream?
A couple times a week.
Okay, because I've been out here several times and I've not seen you.
Oh, well, I'm not out here 24/7. Not
Oh,
like
no,
those,
no,
not
I
like those
understand.
Los Angeles guys. I can't be your problem.
Oh, like airline videos.
Yeah.
I love those guys.
Yeah, me too.
I give them my $2 and
I'm sure they appreciate it. Well, at some point I'll be asking for money.
yep, they'll be happy to support it. You betcha. I'm gonna take a picture of the back of your laptop if that's okay.
No, not a problem.
I was noticing you were doing some commentary and I was trying very hard not to be on your microphone.
All right, my sincerest of apologies for that extended layover. I was doing a computer transplant. Let me see if it's still working. Yes, it's still working. So I shut off one computer, switched all the connections over to this second computer, plugged in a big battery. Yeah, it was fun. But it did work, and this might give us enough. Meanwhile, our camera battery ran out as well, so I had to juice that up again. And so here we are, and just in time for this Spirit aircraft to make its delayed departure to Los Angeles. So thank you for your patience, Runway DFW viewers.
Yes, I saw it. On the way on YouTube. I saw it take off in Los Angeles. Sorry, honey, gotta go to the airport right now.
And speaking of Los Angeles, that American A320 is just arriving from that destination, which is, as it turns out, the top domestic destination from DFW. We've got a departure over here at the UPS cargo facility. This is a GBX Air 763, which is going to be winging its way to Miami. I was going to take a picture of the tail earlier. It was sticking out. It had been at the United terminal, but it didn't have the familiar UPS logo on its tail. It just was all white on the tail, or at least it appeared to be. So let me double check to make sure everything's working here. Yes. Okay. You can see the livery as it turns here. Get a time check here. It's 2:08 on this December 22nd, 2021. We're live at DFW International Airport, bringing you Runway DFW. And I don't know, maybe I should have called it Runways DFW, because there are, after all, 7 runways here, but it just didn't have a ring to it. So Runway DFW it is. And there's that ABX cargo flight 767. I hear a helicopter in the background somewhere. If this is going to Miami, then chances are it's going to be crossing over to the east runway. So we'll see a taxi that's taxiing in front of the international terminal there. But it will cross a bridge over to the airport's east side and make its departure from there, most likely. As you can probably hear, there's a bit of a breeze today coming in from the south, but it's not too terrible. It's a very pleasant day, probably in the mid 50s at this point. Oh, maybe is this going to take off? Maybe it is going to take off from here. The engines are revving up. It has made the commitment. And it's off. And as it lifts off, in the background, in the foreground, is this here United parcel service, not United Parcel Service. I keep wanting to say that. It's UPS. It's a 752, which appears to be on its way to Orlando. This is about as close as we get to aircraft here at DFW. Because the passenger planes all take off from the other, or all taxi on the other side. So we have to count on the power of the zoom lens to get you up close. That's an A319, which will be headed to Gunnison, Colorado. Is it the A319s that are so noisy as they take off? We're going to divert our attention to a Viva Aerobus coming in. We saw one departing a short time ago from Mexico City. That one's coming in from Monterey, that A320. And there goes American Flight 1907. Oh, is that the one to Gunnison? I guess so. I don't know. Lost track.
So that'll be an issue. You'll need to let me know. Because if you want something here, it'll be here. I know that there are places you read about.
Now, it looks like this UPS 757 is headed over to East Side, whereas
But a lot of times they don't like people in those places.
this one over here, those are 767. This one's going to Houston.
Everybody loves it. Mark.
In the meantime, we've got a Dreamliner. American Flight 60 coming in from Narita Airport, Tokyo. I think we have more casual plane spotters out here than I've seen in a while, perhaps because it's such a nice day. Just a crowd of folks. Let's see if I can get this shot here of the, you can see that UPS plane in the distance headed off to the east runways. This one headed to Houston, gonna be taken off from 18 left. Oh, this is what I've been waiting for. I'm gonna abandon you because we're gonna be seeing a Lufthansa flight coming in from Frankfurt. This is a A340. One of the few wide body 4-engine passenger planes that still flies. That isn't a Super Jumbo. That's the only one that isn't a Super Jumbo. So glad to see that. Yeah, you just don't see too many A340s in this part of the world, or anywhere for that matter. The airlines have more or less retired them due to their inefficiency because they got 4 engines and not 2. So Lufthansa Flight 438 will be making its way over to Terminal D.
Have a great day.
Can't go in too far with this lens. Just doesn't like it. Well, we'll divert our attention momentarily to this American Airlines A319 coming in from McAllen, Texas. And there's our German plane again, finding its way over to its gate. Glad we could bring you that arrival. The 340 came in last week, or over the weekend. Was it Sunday? Yeah, I think it was Sunday. It came in on the east side. And we did get a shot of it taking off. We weren't here in time for it to land, but we did see it taking off.
Looking for another plane.
But yeah, we were lucky to have it land here in a place where we could see it very clearly. Coming in from Bakersfield now, American Eagle flight. CRJ 900 ER. Flight 5980 American Eagle.
Looking up for another plane. Hi.
Moving into position now. American Flight 550, an A321, which will be on its way to the most trafficked destination of all from DFW Airport, LAX, Los Angeles International. I mean, you can get to LA, it seems like at least once an hour from here, if not several times during peak periods. And some of the aircraft are smaller, like this one, and some are wide bodies. I'll zoom out a little so you can see a flight from El Paso coming in. An A319. There it is. That's the skyline of Dallas you can see in the background. It's a little less hazy than it was earlier this afternoon. We've been on now for 2 hours and 24 minutes. We had a little delay in the middle of our broadcast. We're just about, I guess, 20 minutes ago as we had to change out computers. So if you've been with us the whole time, we appreciate your patience as we work out the bugs here at Runway DFW. And they are off to LA.
Get off of me! Let go of me! I'm out of here.
Not all the jets are big here at DFW. This is a boutique air Pilatus PC 12/47. It's on its way to Carlsbad, New Mexico. And that bird gets off the ground lickety-split. We're turning our attention now back to the UPS cargo terminal for 767, making its way to the city of brotherly shove, Philadelphia. Making room, no doubt, for more UPS aircraft to come and go. Sometimes I'll let a plane go out of frame. Why not? You are watching Runway DFW, your live source for runway action, takeoffs, landings, stuff like that at DFW Airport here in Texas. Here's a comment from Mike. Good to have met you today. Great to have gotten to see the Cathay Pacific 747 land today. And yes, I did talk with Mike as I was changing computers, I think. And he was saying to me that he really enjoyed, he watched that plane take off from LAX on the LA Flights channel, which is something I watch when I'm not doing this. I like to watch LA Flights and airline videos live with all those guys out there. They do these marathon broadcasts, which we cannot yet compete with. And we're not really competing with them because we're broadcasting from an entirely different airport in a different state. It's even in a different time zone. So we are not in any way trying to be competitive with those guys because they do a great job. Headed to Tulsa now, American Flight 646, this A321. On Runway DFW. Thanks again, Mike. I was trying to remove his comment from the screen before this plane takes off. The replacement computer I have, the screen not quite as bright as the other one I have. So it takes a bit of squinting and squatting to get down there and look at it. The computer is underneath my tripod. So I'm trying to configure everything for maximum efficiency. But when batteries go out, so got to make provisions. That coming in there was, what we saw leaving was American Flight to Tulsa, and you just saw Flight 1813 from Eagle, which is Colorado, I think, right? Sounds Colorado-ish. Meanwhile, over at the UPS terminal, some hot cargo action. I only wish we could get as close up to the passenger aircraft as we can to these cargo jets, but what are you going to do? I'm always looking for new locations here at DFW Airport. I scouted one on Sunday afternoon, which was one of the parking lots on the east side, because I've never had any coverage on the east side yet, but it would be okay if I was just taking pictures of aircraft coming and going. That would be fine. But for video, where you've got to see the whole sequence of landings and takeoffs, that would not work. And I don't have any idea where this lad is going. There's the tail number. But I've hit my flight radar a couple of times, as I always do when things are going wrong. But didn't work, so I don't know what that is. Got an American Eagle flight getting ready to take off in Embraer 145, headed to Grand Island. But I guess not before this mystery UPS flight takes off. Maybe if I take off the DFW filter. Sorry, I was trying to see if I unfiltered DFW Airport, if that plane would show up on flight radar. Because as those of you who use it know, flight radar has a way of filtering things so that you don't have to you can kind of zero in on aircraft or airports you'd like to pay attention to. And so I usually keep it on DFW filter so that passing aircraft in flights going from and to Dallas Love Field don't show up and kind of clog up the screen. So as I said, this one appears to be going to Grand Island. GRI. And behind it will be a Mesa jet operating on behalf of American Eagle. Grand Island, here we come.
What?
Okay, so meanwhile, I've got to go over and plug our uplink phone into a power source, or else we're going to go off the air here. So please stand by. And we're back. And I was down to 6% on that battery. And so I'm very glad that I decided to check on that. So we should be good to go for a little while. We've got a Dreamliner on its way to LAX. This is about the third or fourth Los Angeles flight we've seen between American and Spirit. And it's one of those wide bodies that American, well, I don't know, they may still fly wide bodies between here and LAX because this is an American hub. But American did say earlier this month that they're going to be repurposing these planes, which had initially, or which had been, purchased mostly for international service. We're going to return those to international service next year for the travel season, and put narrow bodies back on domestic flights. And speaking of wide bodies, there's another Dreamliner coming in from Paris, from Charles de Gaulle Airport. So from one Dreamliner coming in to another going out. This one to LAX. Wheels up. So glad you could join us for this supersized edition of Runway DFW. Why is it supersized? Well, because I have the day off today, so I don't have to be rushing off somewhere else. This A321 at flight 2584, it is going to San Diego. So, also California bound. Southern California bound. That's one of three DFW air traffic control towers you see behind that plane. That's the East Tower. And Mike, I didn't mean to leave your comment up there that long. It is just hard to see this screen that I'm working off of. It's a bright day, a bright winter day. We've got double barrel runway action there for you. Lining up now, another American Airlines A321 on its way to Cabo San Lucas, Mexico. Flight 1304. And that airplane just came in from Columbia, Missouri. Sorry, I didn't need to pan so fast there. Destination San Francisco for this 737-800, flight 2641. We'll give you a wave if you're watching our broadcast from on board. Enjoy the sourdough bread or whatever you get in San Francisco. I'm not a fan of sourdough bread. I love bread, but not a fan of the sourdough. I gotta tell you, the best French bread I ever had was at a little cafe just across from Chinatown in San Francisco. My wife and I went there for lunch, and I couldn't get enough of this bread they put on in the basket on the table. I am a fan of French bread. That plane you just saw cross in front there was from Torreon, California. It was an American Eagle, flight 3708. But now this flight is going to rev up for San Fran. Well, this is about as close as we get to a marathon here at Runway DFW, at least so far. Been on the air now for going on 3 hours, and we're glad to have you with us. Tell your friends, like and subscribe. We're coming to you, if you're watching this on replay, it's December 22nd, 2021, 2:49 p.m. Central Standard Time. This A319 is headed to Oklahoma City. And this 737-800 is coming in from Puerto Vallarta. Bienvenidos a los Estados Unidos. High school Spanish. Thank you. Lining up. Another A319 going to be winging its way to the Sooner State. To Oklahoma City it goes. I would say it's starting to get a little windier here at our remote location. It's definitely less hazy than when we first arrived, because that breeze is kind of blowing the haze away. We're starting to get another lineup now for another run. Flight coming in from Abilene. And this American Eagle flight is taking off for somewhere that I can't tell you yet. Another noisy 319. Is this going Eagle, Colorado again? What's up with that? Must be lots of Eaglestonians traveling to and fro the metropolitan area here. Wow, that plane just got off the ground and already the next plane is ready for action. We've got an A321 wide body. Which just disappeared from my flight radar. And now it's back, but I can't look. It's going to Denver. Sounds like we've got another UPS jet revving up for blast off over here. Can't tell yet. Well, let's see. Who's lining up next? Not you. Not you. You. Whoa, what's this? Sorry, I thought I saw a very, what they call a heavy jet landing across the way. It was an American Dreamliner coming in from Orlando. And I saw it, and when I first saw it, it's pretty far away, and I thought, that can't be a a British Airways A380, can it? Because it looked big. It wasn't that big. We thank you for joining us on this midweek, Christmas week edition of Runway DFW. And that's a runway. This is DFW Airport, so it kind of went into our planning on the name, Runway DFW. So we've got another lineup of jets here. If you like watching planes taking off and landing, boy, have we got a YouTube channel for you. Like this. Super A321 action, flight 2066, American Airlines from Salt Lake City. Sounding a little loopy now, I don't know. Maybe I need some lunch. Can't really eat or drink before these marathon broadcasts. Just doesn't really work out so well. Okay, making a big turn here. Delta sign. I had to abandon that takeoff for this landing because we just don't get that many Delta aircraft in. So I thought I'd treat you to that. Coming in from Minneapolis, St. Paul. That's an Airbus A220. And that is not. Did it look bright in that engine exhaust? Brighter than it should? I don't know. Maybe it's just a reflection. The CRJ-7 that was on its way to panning too fast, panning too fast. All right. Oh my goodness, so many planes, so little time. Look at all these aircraft. Everybody's trying to get home for the holidays. I'm sure this is expected to be one of the busiest weeks of the year as far as passenger traffic goes. A lot of these tiny airplanes lined up here. I know, they're not really tiny. We've got another UPS plane exiting. It's an Airbus A300. Flight radar not telling us where it's going yet. Meanwhile, on runway 18 left, to be eclipsed by this Airbus. Well, since we don't know where this guy is going yet, we don't know if he'll be taking off from this side of the airport or the other. So we'll just keep our eye out. Meanwhile, we've got a jumbo over yonder. American Eagle, American. I thought I saw an Aero Mexico over there. We had smell-o-vision. You could smell the jet fuel from that plane right now. May I cut in line, please? I don't know. Talk to the air traffic controller. Okay, let's get back to over here. We've got a Delta jet joining the group. What is a group of airplanes called? Squadron? You know, like how they have names for animals, groups. This looks to be Flight 2376, an A321 American Airlines jet headed for Sin City. Off to Vegas. And in the meantime, this A321 is headed for Los Angeles, about the 17th Los Angeles flight we've seen so far this afternoon. I'm exaggerating, but hey, if you want to go to LA from here, they've got the planes. And now it looks like this UPS A300 is now going to take off. That'd be my guess. How are you all doing, wherever you are? Hope you're having good weather. It would appear as though no white Christmas is in store for us here in North Texas. In fact, the meteorologists are telling us we may have record temperatures for Christmas. But if we can avoid another ice storm, I'd be happy with that. Still don't have any information as to where this UPS flight is going, at least not from flight radar. But it is going up, we can tell you that. Next on the flight line is this American 737 head to Santa Ana, California. We thank you very much for joining us here at Runway DFW. Hope you'll click the little like button, hit the subscribe button, because those things are what will help us grow and prosper and be able to bring you even more live broadcasting from DFW Airport. Delta is ready when you are. Delta is up, but I don't know where it's going. I am now seeing the Cathay Pacific 747 that came in earlier lighting up on my screen. Came in, what, about an hour, 90 minutes ago? Keep an eye on that. Flight radar says the Cathay Pacific flight, which is, it says diverting to Atlanta. I'm seeing it here on my screen as being in the general vicinity of this image. I don't see it there. Perhaps it's become invisible. I was an American flight in A321 going to Tucson. All right, now check in on this. The Cathay Pacific is moving according to the radar. It has a grayed out destination of Anchorage, and it says something about diverting to Atlanta. So perhaps there's some urgent need for cargo. We've got a Frontier flight here. going to Las Vegas. And in case you were wondering, what that is on the back is the Griswold the Bear livery. Griswold and his pals on board are off. Let's just check over here to see if we see any sign of that Cathay Pacific plane. Not seeing it over there. Could just be somebody pushed the wrong button. American Flight 1663, an A321 to Austin is next up. As that American flight coming in from San Diego. Okay. And now for your viewing pleasure, Flight 1663 to Austin. With the Dallas skyline framing it. But we're going to divert that's what you call your Dreamliner coming in from Seoul, South Korea, American Flight 280. What's that I see down there? Oh, what do we have here? That's Emirates. I'm trying to follow it while I glance over at the flight radar. It may have come in on the crosswind runway over here on the west side. I saw it a moment ago. But needless to say, we did not see it arrive as it taxis over to the international terminal. I'm still seeing the Cathay Pacific 747 on the flight radar. A321 coming in from Palm Springs, American Airlines. You'll see it eclipse that Emirates jet momentarily. There it is. So that 777, yeah, it did come in on the crosswind runway, out of our sight, unfortunately. Oh, okay. Cathay Pacific alert. It hasn't been on the ground very long. The flight radar says it's diverting to Atlanta. Now, it landed on this side of the airport. We don't know if it's going to take off on this side of the airport. We hope it will. Be nice. So keep our eye on that. This again is Cathay Pacific Flight 2091. It's cargo. 747-867 freighter. If it is going to Anchorage, as the original destination specified, it would be expected to take off from this side of the airport, the west side, but if it is going to Atlanta, it may instead transit over to the east side. But this depends on what the flight controllers want to do. What you're hearing there is a flight coming in, an American flight 1820 from Ontario, California. But I don't know, I find 747s to be more interesting to watch. So we can't really tell if it's going to be, if it keeps coming straight at us, it means that it might take off from this side. If it starts to make a right turn, we'll just see. Why speculate when we can watch? And speaking of watching, thanks for watching. Runway DFW, your source for live DFW action, your only source, I think. I don't know, is there any other live DFW action? Let us know. And you're now listening to an American flight from Denver arriving, but 747, the Queen takes precedence. I might have to batten down the hatches here a little bit because, as you might be able to hear, it's getting a little windy. Hold on a second. Well, stay with that shot. I'll be right back. And back after putting some things, kind of squaring some things away so that they won't get blown away as the wind seems to pick up as the afternoon progresses. And if you've just joined us, you're looking at a Cathay Pacific cargo jet, which came in, I don't think it was more than 2 hours ago. So it's a pretty quick turnaround. And now it's off. The destination, according to flight radar, seems to be Anchorage, but there's a little note underneath it which says diverting to Atlanta. So perhaps Santa has some emergency needs in Atlanta. And yeah, I know there are planes taking off and landing and stuff, but I don't know, it's hard to beat a plane like this as far as just the looks of it. Now it's making that big turn to the right. Cathay Pacific, which is based in Hong Kong, has had some real issues with its business model recently because flights into and out of Hong Kong were pretty much stymied by the pandemic. And then the flights that are operating, the flight crews have been complaining about how the very strict and severe quarantine measures that they were subjected to. I read recently they were going to establish a base in the U.S. for flight crews to operate out of. You can divert for a second to watch an Alaska Airlines Flight 725, which is going to be taking off for Seattle. It's a 737. Running into some more battery issues now as my flight radar phone is running low. Back to our Cathay Pacific friends. Yeah, it looks like they are going to make the cut over to the east runways. Which means we may be able to see them lift off from behind a building, but we will not be able to see the actual takeoff. That American flight coming from Santa Ana, California. So if Cathay Pacific Cargo makes a big right turn here, it may be taking off. And it kind of looks like that's what it's going to do. The Majestic, Queen of the Skies, paying us a short visit here at DFW, on its way to either Anchorage or Atlanta. So pack your parkas or not. It's kind of tilting to the east, but which would indicate, to the west, which would indicate Anchorage. Oh, now what will we have? From an old bird to another old bird, we've got us an MD-11. I love to watch these. I'm not particularly a fan of that tail design, or the engine, the way the engine was kind of slapped on the tail there. It always looked like an afterthought to me. I don't know, maybe it was. Hey, what if we had 3 engines? Where are we going to put it? But not quite as elegant a solution as they came up with for the Boeing 727, for example, or for the other jumbo 3-engine jet, the L-1011. Right behind this plane, we've got this one, Air Transport International, very generic. That one's going to Orlando, 767. But hey, who doesn't like to see an MD-11? N261UP is the tail designation there. It's 20 years old. Dates back to 2001. Oh, this one is going to Newark. That would typically mean it's headed over to the east side, but we'll see. The jet fuel aroma is strong right now. And looks like this big old bird's about to take off on 18 right. Or am I mistaken? I may be mistaken. We'll see. If it makes a left turn, then it's not going to be taking off on 18 right. Not really going fast enough to take off, I would say. Yeah, so it's making a left turn to go over to the east side runways at DFW. Meanwhile, right behind is that ATI jet. Is it going to follow suit? Yes, because it's definitely not approaching takeoff velocity. We've got a Frontier jet coming in. Check out that tail. Check out those horns. Coming in from San Francisco. And there go our cargo pals. The other one more or less right behind it. Well, we're going to divert here because we got a Qatar flight coming in. There it is. And that's about all we're going to see of it until it gets over on this side. Coming in from Doha, it's an A350. And there goes the, where is it? There's that MD-11 going across the hump there. That's actually a bridge that it's going over. That is the main artery north and south through DFW for cars and buses to go to the terminals. So if you were on that road right now, you'd be seeing this funny looking airplane going right over you. Meanwhile, back at UPS headquarters, this A300 is going to Oakland. So that should be taking off from this side, on the west side. No rest for pilots on Christmas week, I would probably guess. while you watch this action momentarily, I've got to go get a supplemental battery for my flight radar phone, so stand by. Okay, I'm back. Thank you for your consideration during that pause. And we've got this A300 UPS flight headed to Oakland. And we've also got a 777 behind it. It's going to be making its way to Phoenix shortly. So glad you're with us on this Wednesday afternoon. At least it's Wednesday afternoon in Texas. We've been at this for almost 4 hours now. Glad you could join us. This aircraft's going to Oakland, California. Now back to this big 777. Headed to the desert in Phoenix, flight 2514. Next up, American Flight 2009, NA321, which will be on its way to, hold on a second. Oh, that's that ATI cargo plane that took off from the other side of the airport. I'd seen the MD-11 take off out of the corner of my eye, but we were following that 777, and we just couldn't do both at once. Sorry. You get what you pay for here at Runway DFW. Wind is picking up. And this plane is taking off. Okay, pardon me, I was just checking our battery levels. When you get to 4 hours, things start to change. We've already gone through our first computer. Here's American Eagle Flight 1362 off to Durango, California. I mean, Colorado, I should say. Is there snow there yet? You may have seen there in the background, there's the Qatar special livery FIFA World Cup, I think it is. It's about as close in as we can get to it from our current vantage point. And I apologize for the wind, it's just picking up really a lot. We've got a United jet coming in. I have to apologize to my camera every time I pan too fast. I think there's a way to remove that message, but I haven't figured it out yet. And just to the south of our location at DFW Founders Plaza, this UPS 757 is going to, wait a minute, no, that's a 767. I'm confused. They've got two planes coming out at the same time. That's 757. Should be headed to Albuquerque. And then there's one you can hear revving up in the background, but it's kind of out of sight. It's back over there. She's getting ready to pull out. There's a United Express plane coming in from San Francisco. Flight 5274 in Embraer 175. Here comes a Delta jet, which I'm guessing is going to be lining up for takeoff here on the west side. As I speak to you over this windstorm. And here comes the 757. Looks like this one's going to Albuquerque. It seems to be in a hurry. Actually, right behind it, there are two more UPS jets getting ready to head out. I don't see one on the radar. One other one. Here's that Delta jet. And now I see three. So there's an A. You saw that 757. There's also an A300 and a 767. One's going to Portland, and the other's going to Seattle. Jockeying for position here. Looks like the cargo plane is going to go first. And again, this one's headed to Albuquerque. Boy, it must be light because it just took right off there, didn't it? We've seen planes go all the way down the runway before they take off. And that one just hardly went halfway before it get out of Dodge. We'll go back to this Delta aircraft. Where did I say that was going, or did I? UPS Eclipse coming up. And they have a double UPS Eclipse. And we do. That's a first for Runway DFW. A double UPS Eclipse. Okay, so what do we got here? Got two UPS planes, one going to Portland, the other going to Seattle. And they're getting met up with by an American Dreamliner going to LAX. The A300 seems to be taking precedence. Boy, that UPS cargo hub is really clearing out. It took a little longer to take off, I think. Again, that was going to Portland. This one is going to Seattle. Now we have a Dreamliner, which is itching to take off. Again, this one's going to LAX. I think, again, this is the 37th Los Angeles flight that we've seen this afternoon. Just kidding. got a 777 making its way across runways 18 left and right, headed towards the American hangars. Let me check the mail here. We have a message from Nagui Anis. He says, hello from Cairo. Nice streaming. Thank you very much, Nagui. I appreciate it. He had a further comment wondering if we could do HD 1080. And we'll talk about that momentarily if we get this Spirit aircraft coming in. It's coming in from Cancun, that A320. And to answer your question, Nagus, we have some recorded content in 1080p, and we soon hope to be able to provide some recorded content in 4K as well. The problem is that we don't have very good connectivity where we don't have access to Wi-Fi or to a hardwired internet connection, and so we're relying exclusively on cellular connections. Now, there are some cellular connections that can go up to 1080p live streaming. Ours is not capable of it, or it's just kind of at the verge of it. So we hope to be able to do that on a future broadcast. It just depends on how strong our signal is here. We're broadcasting from the same place all the time. It's a fairly solid signal, 720p, but doesn't seem to quite have the bandwidth we need to go any higher than that at the moment. But we may, depending on how the channel grows, if we get enough viewers to be able to make money off of this, then we can, I'd really like to be able to invest in the equipment that would get us a faster stream. So I hope that answers your question. And it's just a pleasure speaking to you halfway around the world, a place I have never been, to Egypt. This Embraer 175 American Eagle flight is headed to Brownsville, which is in far south Texas. And we're about to have more double barrel action here on runways 18 left and 18 left. 18 left and 18 right. I've got to use the correct terminology, or else, I'll get accused of not knowing what I'm talking about. Looks like there's some more aircraft headed to the north side for takeoff. Apologize for the wind. Nothing I can do about that. Take a look at the big picture to see if there's anything interesting coming our way.
Yes, sir.
We've been yakking at you for more than 4 hours now here on Runway DFW. We had a brief intermission while we had to swap out computers, but this has gone pretty well, I thought, so far. Seen some interesting things. We saw a Spirit Airlines jet begin to go down the runway 18 left, and then it just stopped. And it turned around and got back in line again. And I'm sure that happens. I just haven't seen it myself. Seen a couple of go-rounds where the planes come in for a landing. They don't land for, whatever reason. Here's an A319 American flight 1810 coming in from Santa Barbara. If you have not seen Runway DFW before, currently we're on a couple times a week usually. We hope to be able to make it more often, but that all depends on you. So if you'd like and subscribe to our channel, that will help us grow. Always interesting things out here at good old DFW. You're looking right now at Terminal B, as in boy. And that's an American Airlines terminal. You do see a Mesa flight there on your Mesa jet there on your right, but that's operating under the American Eagle banner. Well, it's become a little unbusy right now, I must say. Despite the fact that we have a plane coming in. So why don't we have a little Christmas week quiz? Well, not a quiz, really. Just kind of facts, just to kill a little time. I prepared these in advance, So what are the busiest airports in the country as of September of this year? Well, number 1 is Atlanta Hartsfield. And you're looking at number 2 right now. It's DFW Airport. Denver is number 3. O'Hare in Chicago is number 4. And LAX is number 5. Those are the busiest airports as of September. Does that surprise you, that list? I don't know. But that's our little Christmas week factoid from Runway DFW, your pals at Runway DFW. I didn't really mean to turn off our main power supply there. Okay, we are in an official lull, but what do I see coming in? Well, we're going to be seeing a Dreamliner. And no, it's not going to be an American Airlines Dreamliner. It's going to be a British Airways Dreamliner coming in from London. So we're always excited to see that. And we'll be even more excited when British Airways establishes its its A380 service to Dallas-Fort Worth, which is coming up in March. And we hope to be here to bring you that live as I rip the microphone right off of my head. So anyway, it's coming in from the north. We don't see it yet. Oh, I see it now. It's kind of under this canopy here. Do you see it there? That's it. Cheerio. Happy to have you here. The speed bird cometh. Had a number of international arrivals this afternoon. There were a couple that came in just before we went on the air. Japan Airlines and Korean Air both had flights from the Far East, which we were not able to bring you, unfortunately. We've got another pushback over at the the UPS Emporium over here. That is a 763 cargo, and it's going to be going to Phoenix, being pushed back by the little tug. That'd be an interesting job, pushing big airplanes around. Thank you for tuning in to Runway DFW, your source for live streaming from DFW Airport. I want to say it's the only one. I don't see anybody else out here. And really, that was the reason I started this up a couple of months ago, was I got interested in watching streaming. I watched Big Jet TV from London. I watched Airline Videos Live with Kevin. I watched LA Flights with Peter and Joshua. I watched the Curious Spotter from Chicago. And they all did something different. They were all from, gave different perspectives, even if they were blasting pictures at you from the same airport. So it intrigued me, and I thought, well, I have some of the same background as some of these guys, and I didn't see anybody doing this from DFW. So I thought, well, I'll give it a try. So here we are. We are bringing you live coverage from DFW Airport. And we're focusing in on this UPS jet now because there's not really a lot going on otherwise right now. On the other side of the airport, there's an American Airlines flight 70, which is lining up to take off to Frankfurt. That's a 777, but that should that would have emanated on this side of the airport, I think, at the international terminal. So I don't think it'll be coming here to take off. And that bird is revving up its engines now, checking everything out, making sure things are okay. For the flight to wherever we told you it was going to go, because it's now disappeared from our radar screen. These things happen. How are you? Where are you? Leave us a comment if you have any questions or comments. I see somebody's got a comment here. Let's take a look. This came in at 4:19. Can I see flight 70 about to take off from Craig Bowden? And did we show you that? Oh, yeah, that's flight 70 is the flight to Frankfurt, and it's getting ready to take off, and we'll try to bring it to. I don't think this is it. It's going up too fast. But here's the problem. It's flight 70 is taking off from the other side of the airport, the east side, and we can't see that from here. We're on the west side. But if we see it, I'm looking at it lining up on the radar, and we might be able to catch a glimpse of it going, taking to the sky. So give us a chance to do that. This is the Boeing 767 UPS plane going to Phoenix. It looks like flight 70 American Airlines to Frankfurt is getting into place on the other side of the airport. And so what we'll do is we'll kind of aim in this general direction. And when we see it going up in the sky, we'll try to zoom into it. How's that? Hope that works for you. We like to take care of our viewers here, Craig. The late afternoon sun is settling in. The nice thing is that the days are starting to get longer here now that it's been winter has officially kicked in. We'll keep our eye on this plane as I'm keeping my eye on the radar for flight 70. How's that? This jet off to Phoenix. Now that there's nothing else going on, we will shift our focus over this way. And American Flight 70 still, by radar, doesn't appear to have moved, but there is also a delay possible with that. So it'll be taking off from somewhere over there. See all those tails are at Terminal B. And I don't think we can see the origin point of Flight 70. So we'll widen out here. It looks like there's another aircraft in front of Flight 70 before it gets to take off. You're watching live coverage from DFW International Airport, the mega airport that's bigger than the island of Manhattan. Look at it. It's like a city. Trains and cars and trucks and aircraft, terminals. I believe that's a United Express flight that we're seeing. Filling up the space here at DFW Airport or at the UPS terminal is another UPS plane. I think Frankfurt Flight 70 is next in line. It's made the turn. So we're going to be looking for it in the sky. Just as our battery is about to run out, so bear with us. Hang in there, battery. And we just lost our battery. So, let's see what we can do here. Do I have a place to plug you in? Bear with us, please, everybody. And that is Flight 70. That's as much as we could get it to you because our camera decided that it was going to run out of battery. So those things happen, but that is American Airlines Flight 70 on its way to Germany. And we'll try to do better next time. We are at about the limit of our resources here. We're all on battery. There's no place to plug in where we are. So here comes the latest United UPS plane to come in. This is from Louisville, which is a primary UPS hub. It's beginning to look a little empty over there. We had, like, I don't know, it looked like, it seemed like there were about 12 planes over there when we got here, and most of them are now gone. I see one tail over yonder and then two right in front of us, but yeah. I was going to say, if you like to see UPS planes and American Airlines planes, then Runway DFW is your channel on YouTube. But I fear that as we have more or less depleted our resources here, we've learned some lessons. And that is, to do a broadcast of more than 2 hours, we're going to need some more batteries. So I'm just looking at our radar to see if there's anything that might be super interesting for us to see in the minutes to come, and I don't see anything at this point. So I am going to have to say that's going to be about it for Runway DFW for this Wednesday, the 22nd of December. We are so happy that you've joined us with a part of your day. We have a thank you from Craig, who's watching from Northern Virginia near DC. And I don't know, Craig, did you have somebody on that flight to Frankfurt, or did you just want to see it? And I'm sorry we couldn't get you more of that, but we try to do requests as best we can here at Runway DFW. So anyway, just to reinforce, if you're watching this by replay, this is Wednesday, December 22nd. It's 4:36 right now for a time check. So we've been on the air for 4 hours and 36 minutes, which is a new record for Runway DFW. Hooray for us. And we'll be back soon. I'm not sure about tomorrow. I think we have some new equipment coming tomorrow, which may spice things up a little bit. We would appreciate it very much if you haven't already to like our broadcast and subscribe to Runway DFW. That is how we're going to get in good graces of YouTube. They will recognize us, help bounce us up on their playlists so others can see us and like us, and we will grow into a live behemoth here at DFW Airport. At least that's maybe not a behemoth, but something bigger than what we are right now. Anyway, we appreciate your watching Runway DFW. I'm just getting up from a crawling position so I could see our computer. This is what it looks like. We're coming up on sunset here in, what time is it? 4:37? Yeah, probably in about 45 minutes we'll be seeing the sunset. But the nice thing is that the days are going to be getting longer from here on out. That will give us more hours to with which to bring you coverage at crazy times of the day. So as I said, that's about it for us. We are going to sign off now with a little music. Always nice to have a little music as we sign off. And because it's not going to get much colder here this week, we thought we would bring you some snow. So that is about it from us at Runway DFW Live. We are so happy to have been with you, and as we say here in Texas, happy contrails to you until we meet again. You know what? We're going to delay our departure for just a second here because we see Lufthansa. This is the Lufthansa A340, a rare bird indeed. And if we're lucky, it'll take off from this side. It may be headed over to the east side, though. But at least we'll get a look at it before we blast off. Yeah, some quad engine greatness there. We saw the Star Alliance livery of this plane a few weeks ago, maybe a week ago. So I didn't mean to give you a false sign off there, but didn't see this coming. And it does look like we are going to see a takeoff, so cross your fingers, our batteries hold out, and we'll bring you this swan song here on Runway DFW for this Wednesday afternoon. I should take that off, shouldn't I? Okay, now you can see it. This is feel bad about that. I'm sure you were probably yelling at me on the comments. But I'm looking at a screen that is not what you are seeing. The viewfinder of the camera. There's the A340 with the skyline of Dallas in the background. In the late afternoon sun, gives it a nice glow on its way to Frankfurt. So there it is. And there we end. Lufthansa Flight 439 and A340 on its way to Frankfurt. And we will say now to you for a second time, Auf Wiedersehen and all that stuff.